Cagliari. And in this experience, Leah Jean had the possibility to experience new tools to assess walkability, pedestrian accessibility, and learning acquiring knowledge. And so I leave the floor to her, and after I am available eventually for questions.
Hi, Leah. No.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, just a second, because now I can you please talk? Okay.
Okay.
But I hear my voice back. I don't know if there's a way to avoid this.
Non si sente male. Leah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Please share your screen.
Yes, I can share my screen. Sorry, because I heard my voice back, so I couldn't hear you. Well,
Tell them to speak slowly.
While we share the screen,
Okay.
we can greet also Professor Enzo Torrisi, who is among the organizers.
Hi all.
And okay, we can give the floor to Leah.
so now do you see the second screen or the first screen though?
The second
Yes, I am.
Screen. Okay, perfect. Let's try and make it this way. Okay. Now you still see the second screen, right?
No.
Oh, you do see the first one?
No.
Okay. Sorry. I'm gonna try and reshare the screen. Let's try this one. Sorry.
Okay.
Now you see.
Perfect. Perfect, Leah. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, everyone, for the little delay. Good morning to everyone. And thank you for having me here today. And let me present this research work named Accessibility and Polarities of Pedestrian Network in University Campuses, Space Syntax Application. So before starting this presentation, I would like to briefly outline the structure of what I'm going to talk about today. First, an introduction section to frame the context in which the research work places itself. Will be followed then by the goals that the research aimed to pursue. Then an analysis and a brief description of the case studies selected and on the materials and methods that were applied during the research work. Next, the research results will be illustrated. And lastly, I will be concluding the presentation with a discussion and some final remarks. So to start this presentation, I would like to present you some data concerning mobility in Italy. First of all, Italy places third out of all the European countries for its motorization rates, with 670 cars per 1,000 inhabitants. Additionally to that, according to the 19th ICCSA report on Italian mobility, the model splits highlights how private vehicles remain the preferred mode of transport for Italian people. And the report also highlights how there is a decline in active mobility and particularly walking, going from 32.8% in 2020 to 23.7% in 2022. This decline can also be linked to the lifting of the recent COVID-19 restrictions. In addition to that, urban mobility accounts for 78% of the travels performed by users. As it is common knowledge, people movements also depend on the spatial disposition of activities and opportunity, and thus the connection and need for integration of spatial planning and transport planning proves to be key to promote changes in lifestyles and travel patterns, and also to enhance and promote active mobility, which is a more sustainable way. The same concept can be applied at a smaller scale on university colleges and university campuses, and can be defined, as per the words of the researcher Salingaros, as urban microcosms with limited yet often extensive area and restricted mixtures of users, where the pedestrian realm is a paramount, since students have to walk from building to building. Within the scientific literature, numerous studies and methodologies have been presented to assess the walkability, also by defining drivers and barriers to walking, or to identify elements in the urban design and planning that positively influence the pedestrian accessibility. Within it, though, little investigation are present on assessing walkability in suburban campuses. The research thus aims to investigate the level of accessibility and polarities of the pedestrian network of the suburban university campuses of Parma and Monserrato, both located in Italy, and to answer two main questions that are: does the campus of Parma and Monserrato provide a good degree of pedestrian accessibility according to the space syntax methodology? And can common and efficient spatial conformation characteristics for pedestrian accessibility be identified? So before presenting you the two specific case studies object of the research, I would like to make a brief parenthesis to explain why suburban campuses were selected as the object of the studies. First of all, suburban campuses can be defined as specialized urban enclaves that attract a great number of people daily. And they also can be considered the result of the rapid growth of the university system after the 20th century. The result of the reliance of people on private motorized vehicles for their daily movements, and also as the result of the municipal expansion planning. Additional factors that can be considered are the scarcity of space in urban areas, the need for spacious facilities to host science labs and machinery rooms, the affordability of the land outside urbanized areas, but also the conformity to urban planning practices of the time, more specifically zoning. Thus, suburban campuses represent an interesting topic as they embody, in a way, the opposite view of the tendency that are currently pursued in the urban planning discipline. The two case studies selected are the Parma University Campus Scienze e Tecnologie and Monserrato Cittadella Universitaria. They both have common features and contrasting features. Concerning common features, they are both built in between the 70s and the 80s. They also both host comparable facilities concerning functions, and they also present a discrete presence of transport infrastructures. Concerning the contrasting features, they have different surface areas, with Parma's campus being, Monserrato's campus being almost 2/3 of the surface area of Parma's campus. And additionally to that, they also have a different urban context, with Parma representing a medium-sized city, and while Monserrato pertains to Cagliari metropolitan city, which is also the regional capital of the Sardinia region. Concerning the methodology applied for the study is a well-established one, namely the space syntax methodology. And for this reason, in this presentation, I will not be describing every single step of the study process, but I will only be highlighting some specificities that are applied in the research. First of all, concerning the reconstruction and the base map that was used to apply the methodology, it was the base map used was created by reconstructing the footpath network for each campus. And specifically, the footpath is not restricted only to the segment equipped with specific infrastructure designated for the pedestrian movement, but it also contained within it segments that, despite lacking proper infrastructure, are frequently used by pedestrians. The two main values that were calculated are normalized angular choice and normalized angular integration. Those values highlights the main routes for through movement, in particular concerning angular choice, and so the routes with higher flow. And on the other hand, the normalized angular integration value identified the main routes for movement, thus showing the main polarities within the grid. The formula that have been used to calculate those values are the ones that are presented by Yamu and Van Ness in 2021, as they have been proved to be more reliable and efficient when assessing those values concerning smaller local systems. The radius that have been used to calculate those values are metric radius. And first of all, a radius of value n was calculated, so for the whole system. And then a radius of 400 meters was calculated, which is approximately a 5-minute walk for a regular adult person. The results were represented using an equal interval distribution divided into 10 classes, and they were graphically also graphically represented using a scale, a color scale ranging from dark blue to low values up to red, which represents high values. Now, moving on to the results. In this slide, I present you Parma's Campus Scienze e Tecnologie results concerning the normalized angular choice values, and it is possible to observe highlighted in red and orange the foreground network of the footpath network that we studied. The footpath foreground network also corresponds to the main infrastructure system designed for the movement of vehicles and cyclists. By reducing the radius to 400 meters, the foreground network is still partially highlighted, specifically in its inner part. But in addition to that, the inner foreground network, other secondary paths are also highlighted, still in the central area. From an overall point of view, both examination radii depict the most critical areas to be represented in the northern west area, which is an area primarily dedicated to sport greenery. And concerning the normalized angular choice value calculated for a radius of 400 meters, in addition to what I just said, lower values are also depicted in the southern part of the network. Concerning the normalized angular integration value, the analysis reveals a strong polarity located in the center part of the network. And when reducing the radius to 400 meters, the analysis depicts a more diffuse centrality, but still located in the center part of the campus, but with overall lower values of potential to movement. Concerning Monserrato Cittadella Universitaria, the results shows for the normalized angular choice values. Also in this case, they also in this case reveal the foreground network that is dedicated to movement. That is also dedicated to movement of vehicles and cyclists. So also in this case, the two networks are overlapped in a way. The analysis also highlights a more defined grid for movement compared to Parma's case study. And by comparing the potential through movement calculated for the two radiuses, it can be noted that when studying the network with the values with an n radius, the vertical element of the grid are more highlighted, while when studying the values for 400 meters radius, the horizontal elements of the grid are more highlighted. In relation to the values calculated for the normalized angular integration values for the whole system, the analysis still brings forward the vertical segments of the foreground network, and also adding to that the southern perimeter segment. Concerning those values calculated, though, for a radius of 400 meters, the results showcase a significant interconnectivities of the segment by depicting almost to no segments with low values, which are usually represented in dark blue. In addition to the graphic display of the results, the study also compared for each campuses the main, average, and mean values defined for each value calculated and represented in the tables that you can see in this slide. Now, for the discussion and conclusion part, by comparing the analysis performed for the two campuses, it is possible to identify how both campuses present a good degree of pedestrian accessibility and how parking spaces are the most critical areas for both campuses. When comparing the numerical values, we can see that Parma's campus has slightly higher values compared to the one of Monserrato. And for this reason, we went and looked at the special conformation characteristics of the Cittadella Universitaria of Monserrato to see and to hypothesize some of the features that could lead to this disparity, slight disparities in values. First of all, Monserrato's Cittadella Universitaria presents a smaller size, as I previously said, but it also has a higher building concentration, and it also presents a more systematic arrangement of the network, which also consequently provides a more systematic arrangement of structures and facilities. Now, for the methodological constraints and for the developments of the research, the space syntax methodology presents certain limitation as it does not allow to consider the quality of the pedestrian network and its urban context. For example, in here, I present you on the right a picture of what is part of the foreground network of Parma University campus, according to the value calculated for the whole system. And as you can see, the space syntax methodology assesses that in here there's a high through movement pedestrian flow, but at the same time there is no proper infrastructure dedicated to the movement of pedestrians, which could also provide, for example, a bad experience for a pedestrian when walking here. I'm referring, for example, to the safety of pedestrian, where in this case, as you can see, as we know, cars in this section, in this segment of the road go really fast, and there's no structure to protect pedestrians from the traffic flows. At the same time, the space syntax methodology does not account for key elements to assess the degree of pedestrian accessibility, for example, through an inclusive design perspective. So what are the proposed intervention or further research developments that we would make within this research context to get past those limitations? I present you now some of the possibilities that we thought. First of all, merge the space syntax methodology with the application of criteria to assess the standard of pedestrian walkways. Another solution would be also to scrutinize the normalized angular choice value with the localization of public transport stops to assess the station's appropriate placements, also considering a broader perspective and integrating the suburban nature of this campus with their broader context, so with the urban area that they pertain to. And lastly, also theorize potential adaptation of the spaces dedicated to parkings to accommodate new uses. Also, as we saw, those parkings are the most critical areas, but also in a view of urban regeneration intervention and sustainable mobility. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Lea, very much. Do we have comments or questions from the audience? Yes, we have a question.
Not exactly a question, a comment.
Can you hear?
Yes, a little bit.
No,
okay.
Yes, no, but if you can, better. So also online, they can hear you.
For further development, a comment, because I think that you mentioned that the drawback of this methodology is that you did not include qualitative parameters like the job, working, the environment, and all of this. And I think that it could be opposite. This methodology identified which parts of the university campus have the greatest workability, So this could be the targets of environment enhancement to give if the university wants to prioritize which segments should give money to be better, then it would give his money to these parts which have the greatest workability, because these parts would be offered to most people, because these parts are those who are used more by the students, as I suppose. So it could be a good method to evaluate money given to the environmental upgrade of the university.
Yes. Thank you. Can you repeat your name, please? Okay, so thank you, Konstantinos. Thank you for your comment. I do agree with what you said. I don't know if Lea want to add something on these comments, or the colleagues.
No, yes, I agree with the comments, and thank you for the suggestion. We will take it into account when further developing the research. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I think if there are no other, okay. Yes, Diego.
Hello.
Hello. Do you have a comments on?
Yes, no. I would like to thank Leah for this interesting presentation, especially referring with the further developments that could be did that are very interesting. I would just wanted to ask her and the authors in general why, and if you plan to use visual graph analysis on the analysis of the campus, because since you work with very contained space, I think would be 1 square kilometer in total, visual graph analysis could give you a better response in terms of movement estimation than the road center line analysis. So this is a question: why didn't you use it? But if you think about using it in the future, could be a good development, in my opinion.
I can answer if you want to.
Yes, sure.
Okay. Thank you also for your question. It was my first approach to space syntax, so I decided to start with first assessing the network. But I agree with you that also visual graphic analysis can be more, in a way, can help you assess better the spaces, except only of the graph. So this is also a further development for the research. This is something that we are contemplating of using in the further research.
Okay, thank you for your answer, and well, it's a very, very interesting work.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Lea. I think that you received several comments, and you have materials to further work on the topic. We can move to the next presentation. I think Diego, are you going to present?
Yes, okay. I'm going to present the work. I can share you.
Yes, you can share
everything.
We will continue with the space syntax on this paper, I suppose.
A little bit.
Okay.
Okay, is this one? You're seeing the correct screen, I imagine?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Good morning to you all. It's a pleasure to be with you here today. It would be a greater pleasure to be in presence with you. I have a lot of friends that are participating in this session, a lot of people that I've known for a long time already. Well, today I will present the work I've been doing within the University of Pisa in the last year that concerns our mobility plan and the special conditions that Pisa in special have that required us to make several, I would say, innovations regarding construction and university mobility plan. So this is a data-driven approach for studying a case of a city university, which I will explain to you later on what what is a city university, referring to the University of Pisa. So, a little introduction on the team. The Sustainable Urban Mobility Plans, or SUMPs, are instruments designed to outline urban and regional policies that encourage the shifts towards sustainable transportation modes and foster projects in line with the UN Sustainable Development Goals for cities and human settlements, which is the SDG 11. In Europe, since the Urban Mobility Package of 2013, the SUMPs are established as the main guidelines for transportation system infrastructure development, thus being a central instrument to improve accessibility of urbanized areas and to provide population with high-quality mobility solutions and transport options throughout and within the cities and regions. They provide a comprehensive framework for transport-oriented development. Thus, the SUMPs assure that mobility systems and solutions are designed to support the needs of our residents and contribute to the environmental improvement, favoring less impactful modes of transportation. In recent years, certain demographics have been subject to detailed commute management plans, which address the transportation requirements and criticalities that are specific to certain populational groups. The CMPs, these commute management plans, are accessories to the SUMPs, and they are required for communities that have a meaningful impact on the transportation demand of a city region. Universities are specific cases of these CMPs. However, there is a point that we must consider that in general, CMPs address only the transportation and demands of the employees of a certain institution. But universities have to deal with another kind of commuter, that is the student. These have their own habits, their own demands regarding transportation, therefore making the CMPs oriented to the universities different from those for other types of public and private institutions. Okay. Moreover, in Italy, several cities display an intrinsic relation between the city and the university structures. Being in general old institutions, these universities have a spatial distribution that is often intuitive with the very morphology of the city, and resulting in this paradigm of a city university. Pisa is one of these cases. Therefore, with the challenges of creating a commute management plan for a unique case of a city university, this research describes a data-driven approach using a multi-domain analysis to better understand the city structure and its relationship with the university and the academic community. So, what is a city university? Well, this concept describes a city that hosts one or more universities, like in the case of Pisa, in which their structures, administrative buildings, office, classrooms, and laboratories are organized in a diffuse way within its urban structure. Large campuses, such as the case presented before, are not that predominant. However, smaller campus might exist. Moreover, the very size of the city that is small, usually a very compact urban settlement, results in an urban spatial structure that integrates the university structures and the city structures and resemble a large campus with facilities near each other, often within walking distance, distributed throughout the urban area. In the same way, a city university will often have a large proportion between the total population of the academic community. In the case of Pisa, we'll have almost half of the total academic community in comparison with the total population of Pisa. These are the proportions. In gray, we have the proportion of residents, and in blue, the proportion of students. Therefore, the city is intertwined with academic life. Business and services are greatly dependent in economic terms of the presence of an academic population. As you may see, this is the case of Pisa. You see that here we have a very compact distribution within the city center. Therefore, the commute management plan must consider the accessibility towards the university structure as similar and as similar in terms of conditions to the accessibility of the very city in which the university is set. And considering this unique case and the needs of the University of Pisa, we devised a commute management plan that is divided in two sections. First, a survey in which we analyze the general and specific information regarding the academic community in order to individuate some of the habits, demands, and critical points in the daily commute. And from this survey, we organized a second section that is the analysis or the data-driven analysis that I will be describing here in some extent, organizes the demand data into an origin-destination analysis linked with the analysis of the mobility offer. Consider also the aspects of the urban structure of the patterns of movement within a city. It was a spatial analysis of sorts. Of course, this analysis further includes a graphical analysis that describes the demographic information of the community within the University of Pisa, and of course, an environmental analysis of the impact of the planning actions. But those are not discussed in this work and are restricted to the plan. Well, considering a first analysis of demand of transportation, it is important to identify where do people come from, or the origin component in our origin destination analysis. The surveys in that aspect were oriented to pinpoint the origin and frequency of the commuters. This map here shows that while we have many commuters based in Pisa, there is an important component that is distributed throughout the Tuscany region. Furthermore, there are commuters from other regions, such as the Ligurian region and even the Lazio region from Rome. While those, in most part, are occasional commuters that come or once a week, twice a week, or even once a month, this demonstrates that it is important to consider also the regional accessibility setting when elaborating a commute plan. Here, in more detail, we have a heat map that shows the distribution of commuters within Tuscany and in the immediate border regions, especially Liguria. We see that we have a gradual tendency to diminishment towards the city of Florence that hosts another universities, another groups of universities. So Pisa tends to concentrate movement from the coast mostly. But we also see that La Spezia, which is this city here in the bordering region of Liguria, also contributes a lot for the movements towards Pisa. Being a trip of 1.5 hours, it's easier for those people to attend the University at Pisa instead of going to Genova, to the capital of the Ligurian region. In that aspect, we can say that considering the regional dimension is important. But even then, the demand of transport and the destinations will be mostly within Pisa. So we devised an analysis that tried to consider how the university is structured in terms of accessibility within the city, and we used space syntax to model this. So the university structures are concentrated within the historical centers that is close to cars and heavy public transport such as autobuses. So it's mainly accessible through walking and cycling. Therefore, the transportation offer component within Pisa is dependent of the relative accessibility to pedestrians and micro-mobility solutions. That's why we introduced space syntax in this analysis, both in this integration and choice metrics, to try to assess. Integration, as you see in this first image, describes the relative accessibility from one element towards all the others through the shortest commute path. So it evidences the road structures that concentrate movement both globally in the right and locally through the attribution of unlimited ranges. The evaluation made in the metric analysis is important as this demonstrates the relative accessibility in a radius of 1.2 kilometers, which is assumed on other studies to be equivalent to a 50-minute walk or a 5-minute ride on bicycle. In that aspect, we can observe that the center of Pisa functions much like a campus. In order to concentrate the movement within a 15-minute threshold. Moreover, the accessibility towards the train stations, which are here in the southern area, and to the residential neighborhoods which are around the city center, is also guaranteed in a reasonable time lapse. In that aspect, instead of concentrating efforts on enforcing public transport, like buses, within the CDT, commute management indicates that the commuters at Pisa, especially within Pisa and that come to Pisa by train, are more inclined to walk or to use micromobility solutions like scooters and bicycles. Therefore, the university should consider subsides for this kind of transports, and that is indicated by our space syntax analysis. Going to the choice measure, we can see that it reinforces its conclusions by evidencing that the preferential routes, both at global and local scale, tend to be concentrated and tend to concentrate to move towards the central area. The choice highlights the roads elements that are traversed the most when moving from one element towards all the others into the shortest commute path. We observed that the structure of the global roads are mostly considered, most global choice, sorry, are most concentrated in the central area around or in the margins of the river. Those roads lay outside the limited traffic zone and have, in certain times of the day, free movement as well as allow bus movement. Nevertheless, the central areas where the university structures are located are inaccessible using this kind of transportation mode, and are mainly dependent of one that stops in the margins and walk towards the university structure. So pedestrian is a part of this intermodal choice between that the individual has. So in the local choice, we can see that the structure, the substructure of preferential routes comprise the whole city center, meaning that almost all roads have the same hierarchy in terms of movement. This logic of hierarchy, when we, for example, when we reduce local choice to the highest ranges, can be compared to the Pisa cycleway structures and revealed that the preferential routes, you can see in a lighter red here, function as continuity substructures for the cycleways and structure the movement within the Pisa limited traffic zone, reinforcing the conclusion that integration of micromobility solutions with other transport modes is important. Another important aspect is understanding for the commute management plan is understanding where the transport supply is. Thus, a locational approach is needed to identify the points where offer meets demand. We identified in the previous analysis with space syntax that micromobility was an important component of that offer. So we devised a locational analysis, specializing the placement of the micromobility rental stations. This evidence a very big coverage problem within the city, as the residential neighborhoods are not well covered. Even though if we consider that micromobility can be a free range mobility, so we can find, of course, transport modes here, we don't have concentrations of these modes of transport. So could be a problem, especially that since these areas are highly populated. Well, this report regarding the accessibility, of course, was shared with the providers to improve coverage on some areas. Moreover, we did an analysis to see if this coverage was well linked or well correlated with the position of the university structures. So we created the isochrons representing walking distance in 2 and 5 minutes for a micromobility hub. It's observed that the coverage of the University of Pisa structures is lacking on some points, like you can see here. especially in areas that are immediate outside the historical center, that, as we saw before, doesn't have hubs of mobility near. Reinforcing that we need to address this kind of transport mode and improve the general accessibility to these modes, and in conjunction the general accessibility to the university. Furthermore, the multi-domain approach comprises also an analysis of the used transport modes: pedestrian in blue, bicycles in orange, and cars in black. We identify here that certain structures within the University of Pisa can function also as small transport hubs for intra-movement within the city university, providing an integration between the pooling car parking that exists on these small campuses and other kinds of transportation towards the structures within the city center. As we observed through the survey, that many people use certain campuses as a hub. They let their car here and go walking or with other mobility solutions towards the actual place of work or study. This analysis here can be used to evaluate possible structural improvements for the university-built structures, like improving the parking spaces, in those that concentrate movement of these cars, improving the general accessibility towards pedestrians in some campuses, or providing bike sharing options, or potentializing some structured car pool parking lots for those that come by car from other cities, in order to try to better integrate the structures at the center with these micro-mobility solutions, since it's the only way or the preferred way to assess those structures. So the key takeaways from this work and this general analysis is that Pisa is an emblematic case as a city university, and this requires a particular approach when designing a commute management plan. Due to the uniqueness of the University of Pisa spatial structure, where the university structures are diffused within the cities, the issues of mobility towards and within the university becomes the issues with mobility within the city. Thus, the analysis regarding the university accessibility requires a profound understanding of the conditions of relative accessibility of Pisa's network structure as the whole city functions as a large campus. In that aspect, using a multi-domain approach, which uses also space syntax to understand the patterns of movement, alongside other spatial databases, consists as an important instrument to assess the general conditions within the university. The academic community that moves towards and within the city daily is equivalent to almost half of the Pisa populations. So this designates that this commute management plan ought to be integrated to the municipal sustainable urban mobility plans, as both communities are very interconnected. For this reason, it's widely recommended that a greater integration between these plans, also between local and municipal mobility, with the regional transport authorities, is made in order to fully include this commute management plan in city planning and promote a sustainable urban mobility according to the sustainable goals promoted by the United Nations. So we believe that this experience of Pisa and the methodologies here employed can be also used in cities with the same context throughout Europe, or even within larger campuses that are almost small cities, small microcosmos, like Leah said, worldwide. And I thank you for your time and your patience, and I am open to questions. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you, Diego. I did appreciate. I've never dealt with commune management plans before, but I can say it. I appreciated your multi-level approach with the different surveys and from space syntax to surveys to isochrones and so on. Do we have very, very quick questions, because we have okay?
So thank you, Diego. It was very interesting. How would you expand this analysis to Paris?
Okay.
This has multiple urban universities.
Sorry, I didn't hear it very well. Could you repeat Professor, could you repeat his question? I think we will understand better.
How would you expand your analysis to Paris or Roma?
Paris or Roma?
No, I don't plan to expand this analysis to Paris or Roma. It was, how can I say, a one-time contract to do this commute plan to the University of Pisa. So personally, I am not planning to expand this analysis. Thank you.
We have to pay you to expand.
Okay, thank you very much, Diego. We appreciated your contribution. We can move to Konstantinos. He will talk about accessibility indicators and.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I change my slides?
Yes, of course. Funziona PowerPoint. Funziona PowerPoint, devo aprire con LibreOffice.
Sì.
LibreOffice.
Sì.
Ok.
All right, the meantime that we are loading them. Oh, thank you. That's great. I wanted to sit down. First of all, I thank you, the organizers, for accepting this paper and the opportunity to be in Greece, which I'm coming 4 or 5 times a year from the United States. And this conference opened my eyes to a completely new world of analyzing data. So maybe we will continue to present in this conference in the future if we know the location. So my name is Kostas Goulias. I was born and raised in this city. I studied in Italy, my undergraduate in civil engineering, and then went to the United States and never left. The study that I will present has quite a bit of collaborators, but this is just an experiment I thought I would run on accessibility, and you will see why it is an experiment. My site of work and torture maybe is the University of California, Santa Barbara. It's a beautiful place, and that's why it's a torture. It's very hard to work there the same way it would be hard for me to work in Athens. I'll give you a little bit of the background. I will take you to Qatar, a different place altogether. And I would like to show you a few case studies of how you can take hundreds of accessibility indicators and then create a parsimonious classification of areas, because we need the parsimony in the classification of areas because we want to connect travel behavior to the availability of opportunities in space. Very interesting, the space index examples, but those will not work with travel behavior equations that we use in simulation. I will explain in a second what I mean. My focus is on the amount of opportunities that are available within a certain amount of time to do activities. But also I want to take into account the transportation level of service, the frequency of bus operations, the congestion levels on the highways, etc. And at the end, I will give you a very quick finding. So the study is coming out of the Qatar Ministry of Transport and Communication, and of course I collaborated with Italconsult, which is a major company operating in Qatar, with La Sapienza, Roma Tre, UT Austin, and Arizona State University. These are the reports we wrote for the Qataris. So, this move, that's okay. The method, in essence, the original data, is we take the state of Qatar, which is not very large, I'll show you in a second, and we collect data on employment and dwelling units and type of infrastructure available, including lane kilometers, public transportation and use, and so forth, including an enumeration of all the bus stops. So my research questions. Research question 1 is obvious. Can I extract from 190 different variables of accessibility a few components that encapsulate the majority of the variance of the diversity of the different locations. And the obvious answer is yes, otherwise I wouldn't do the study. The second question is, can I use some kind of pattern recognition technique to extract the variance, but then do classification? That's the second question that is obvious. The answer is obvious, yes, it can be done. But then the third question is less obvious. Will my method be sensitive to differences in level of service and differences in space of different areas? And will it make sense at the end of the day? Just to take the mystery out, I will classify the entire state of Qatar in 5 distinct types of zones. So I want very, very small numbers of zones, not 30, 40, 50 zones. The country of Qatar, I don't know what happens to the slides, that's okay. You can get the idea. Is really Doha, which is the center. I don't like mice, but I'll use mice. Which is the center of the activity, and where actually many of the World Cup games were played. The study was just before the World Cup because we were organizing the transportation system to handle the hundreds of thousands of people that arrived there. Really, in summary, the majority is desert with a few cities along the coast. One of the strange things about those Gulf countries is that the majority of the people that live in the country are foreign. They are imports to work. They call them even laborers. With only 2.7 million were present in 2019, of which only 300,000 are Qataris, with a considerable higher income. So this gives you an idea of the density of Qatar. The majority of the roads are concentrated in Doha. The international airport is here, Hamad Airport, and 2 harbors. One is for container, for transshipment, and they want to do it. When I look at transit, it's totally absent except for the very center of Doha. So I want my accessibility actually to account for that. Transit is a little bit better in Qatar right now because they finished the metro, but this is before the metro. So if I zoom into the city of Doha, you can see that public transportation is scant, if any, although I will show you how I capture that. And then the roadway network is pretty dense. There is a corridor of development along this axis, but also is diffused. And then there is a center which is undeveloped, major construction sites at that place. The indicators I want to use, and we use them for the project. You can see them here, and I will show you more examples. But in reality, we count from the center of a centroid. We divide the whole state in 1,122 zones, and we take the centroid of every zone, and then we travel for 10 minutes, draw a circle in a matrix in essence, and we count the number of opportunities. And the number of opportunities in terms of the number of employees in service, number of employees in construction, number of employees in leisure. We can classify the number of employees of the buildings at will because we have a complete inventory of housing and these buildings. We can also, we did actually count the number of lane miles and the width of the roads and the number of bus stops or transit. Just to give you an idea of what we're talking about, this is a satellite image of Doha itself. And if you see at the very top, the density is very low, right next to a density that's very high. And with night lights, you can see this is a skyscraper right next to very, very low density. So I want my method to capture that. Qatar wants to mimic Venice, so they build a residential neighborhood that will look like this, not Venice really, but high density residential development with dock stations for their private boats. That's for the Qataris. This is another image that shows you clearly the difference in density. This is low density right next to the very, very high density. The landscape of Qatar shows you this. The majority of people live in these 2-3-story buildings. I mean, the typical residential areas of non-Qataris, actually. Qatar has tremendous amount of congestion, especially during Ramadan. This is daytime congestion, nighttime congestion. So that's the reason we want the level of service F, you would call it that in traffic engineering. So what this will do is will shrink the amount of opportunities. So our objective after all this is to create something like this. So the center of the city should be reflecting the high density, high opportunity blue. And then you can see the airport has very, very low opportunity because you cannot build. The harbor does the same thing. So we want this sensitivity to the data to be available. So the basic process is we run a simulation model of Qatar, meaning we simulate in a day the life of people. We assign them to cars, we make them run, we measure the amount of travel time from an origin to the destination. Then we create the buffers around each of these centroids of the zones, and we count whatever is available within these buffers. The buffers are something like this. So distances and travel times are measured on the network, not Euclidean stuff, which is imprecise. So congestion will have a lot less to accessibility, a lot smaller accessibility, less congested periods will have higher. And we also apply the donut accessibility. We say within 10 minutes, 10 to 20, 20 to 50, and so forth, so that we can differentiate maybe local accessibility from regional accessibility, if you want. So this is an example of the data of the 190 variables. I show here the mean, median, and standard deviations just to tell you that really these are skewed distributions. So need to be accounted for. So the method. We take whatever number of accessibility indicators we want, they're count indicators and continuous. We extract principal components. This is nothing else other than eigenvectors and eigenvalues of a huge matrix. And then the principal components are continuous variables. We apply hierarchical clustering, and then we extract the desired number of types of zones we want. I stopped at 5 because I want to compare them. The method really is taking this difference of the indicator, each of the 190 indicators from a mean of each group. And the idea is we select a number of principal components that minimize this total sum. And at the end, we select the number of clusters we want. It's a very, very typical hierarchical clustering, nothing to write home about. So when I do this, I say, okay, I want 5 clusters of all 190 accessibility indicators, and I will retain 27 principal components that capture 91.6% of the variance. So I consider that the signal from the data is 91.6 with the 27 principal components, and then I use the components to classify zones, and you can see that, okay, the method captured exactly what I wanted, exactly where the skyscrapers are, the very tall buildings, it's blue, and then right next to it, we have this green with very low accessibility, and then the desert became 1, and you can see it here. So sensitivity check, okay. Then, remember, I did not use accessibility to classify the zones, but I went through a filter of principal components, and then I mapped them back again, and the 5 clusters tell me, okay, you got the center, you got the suburb, kind of a suburb of Doha, exurb, and then the desert, and that's what these numbers show to you. You can see the different types of indicators. For example, this is total number of public transportation stops. These are the bus stops or the light rail stops. And we have, the red color, very, very small number, and downtown Doha, a very high number. There is a souk, an open market in that area. The second test is, so overall, it's okay. It looks like we got something. The second item is, what happens with public transportation? Is this method good enough to figure out corridors that exist in public transportation? The answer is yes. You can see the blue this time has a high public transportation around the souk, around really it's close to the palace actually. And then there is one zone that has quite a bit of workers that are moved back and forth by bus. These are the laborers that work in construction of the stadiums. Good. But then we get different colors for public transportation, and you can see actually one of the classes of the zone 1 zone actually has nothing in terms of public transportation, and then another 214 zones have a very, very dense public transportation network, and this means that you can access within 10 minutes a variety of activities by public transportation. Okay, so the method applied is sensitive to public transportation, even when there is tiny access to public transportation. It describes the area very well. And now it has something that the textbooks tell you. When you extract eigenvalues, they tell you, oh, you use the eigenvalue with it's higher than 1. And you got the result. Bogus, I can show you why not. So I take 2 groups of accessibility indicators, both of them in the AM area. And for the same accessibility indicators, I extract 23 principal components and 13 principal components. The 13 principal components follow the rule of the textbook of unit 1 for the eigenvalue. And when I do that, my 23 principal components of only the morning peak accessibility indicators capture 91.9%, and the classification is different than the previous one I showed with all the accessibility, 190 accessibility indicators. And now we see that there is another area. This is a high density residential neighborhood that shows good accessibility by public transportation and by private car transportation, together with Doha. The neighborhood, the glitchy, rich neighborhood, does not have a good accessibility, but there is something else that captures that. So I like this because it has enough sensitivity to tell me that in space you can differentiate where areas are more or less accessible. Now I go to the textbook and I say, no, that is too many principal components. Let me choose only the ones that have eigenvalues more than 1. Only 80% of the variance, different classification. So this is the proof that actually don't do it. Do not follow the textbook. Instead, we should do something different. We apply the method, we use sensitivity analysis, and we use secondary data to figure out what is our method really doing. And then look at other evidence of whether or not, for example, this makes any sense for public transportation. And it does, because there are specific companies. Qatar doesn't like Uber, so they created their own Uber company. So the green areas that you see are served quite a bit by this public run Uber company. Qatar owns real estate, owns public transportation, owns the life of people that work there, so they can do that. Right, so lessons learned. This method of taking many indicators, and there could be also other indicators like qualitative type of data, colors or whatever you want, is able to extract zonal diversity and is able to capture this diversity. The scores of the principal components, even when the original data are categorical, you can still do principal components with mixed data. I've done it for Caronis and other reasons. Is sensitive enough to capture the diversity of objects, but then you have to decide on the number of categories you want to use. I did everything at 5 categories just because I wanted a common classification number to compare different groups of variables that I use. But really, if this was a project where I need to find out the number of distinct zones in Qatar, I would let my algorithm come up to 7, 8, 9 number of zones, and then correlate that to the behavior of people. And then, the point I want to make very, very clear: do not believe textbooks, do not believe rules of thumb. Just use the different sensitivity analysis to tell you what is the right thing to do. And with this, thank you.
So, thank you very much, Konstantinos. I have never thought at the accessibility in terms of a donut, but I like I like the concept, so I will use it. I think that you have done a quite huge number of indicators, but I liked your presentations very well. Do we have comments from the audience or from the online virtual?
What you have been using this, indicators, it's very nice because it's quite ready for the data-driven decision making. But you said that it was before this championship, and then what they concluded. It was probably you engaged as a consultant to do this accessibility analysis, and what they are using this.
A few reasons. One is the accessibility was also segmented by place of residence to find out who are enjoying better accessibility than others. Looks like the immigrants were enjoying the best accessibility because they were forced to live where they live. The Qataris live in their own compounds outside the city, and they use their Range Rovers, etc. But so there's no study of equity in Qatar or interest in equity. We correlate, though, the land use. This is land use in essence, level of service. We correlate to the behavior of people. So, and when you enjoy high people that we have a diary. We did the data collection. We created sequences of the daily schedule, and we find that people that have high accessibility by public transportation and the high density roadway, they tend to segment the day more often when they are not laborers. The laborers have no freedom. They go to work by bus, they come back, and they go around their neighborhood. And those are 1.9 million people. So you can imagine. So that's how it was used. This study, the classification, is the next step, and so we finished looking at time allocation by time of day of different nationalities. I can tell you, for example, Sudanese and Qataris have the same schedule, but then Iraqi and Syrians have a different schedule. Both Muslims, both groups are Muslim. Male Qataris pray actually 5 days, or at least tell you they pray 5 times a day, but women don't. So the question is, do they go to a mosque? And is there access to the mosque? So expand. Okay,
this is just one step in the...
This is a classification step of the zones to figure out where the level of service is not working right. And in fact, they're repeating something similar after the metro opened. And they find that if you Google actually the metro of Doha, you will find out that major stations are also malls. And what does this mean? It means that people go to the malls instead of the souk, which is the open air traditional place. But it's not traditional because it was reconstructed like a traditional.
Okay, thank you very much, Konstantinos. Thank you for the questions. We can move to the next presentation. So I give the floor to Alfonso, who presents a paper with Chiara Garau on landscape morphology, right?
Yes.
Okay, so the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Alfonso Annunziata. I am going to present an article entitled Describing and Understanding the Morphology of the Urban Landscape, the case study of Cagliari. I'm going to share my presentation. So I am co-author of this paper together with Professor Chiara Garau, and the topic, the aim of this paper is to develop a set of metrics to evaluate, to assess, to understand the macro-scale components of urban form, so as to assess and understand the potential influence of these macro-scale components of urban forms on urban vitality, on urbanity, and via their influence on urban vitality, their potential to impact resident satisfaction, socialization, and quality of life. So the research questions are two: the definition of metrics and also the potential use of these metrics to understand, to identify distinct areas, distinct portions of the urban environment, of the urban landscape. Urban form is defined as the set of relations emerging among the components of the urban environment, in particular the built-up areas, the structure of open spaces, and land use patterns, and the ecological infrastructure. So in particular, we have focused on four metrics: a ground surface indicator meant to represent the form, the configuration of the built-up areas, an ecological infrastructure indicator meant to represent the distribution, the configuration, the continuity of the ecological infrastructure, a mobility or permeability indicator based on the configurational analysis of the system of routes intersecting the area of study, the metropolitan city of Cagliari, and also a mobility indicator comprises a sub-indicator meant to evaluate, to assess conditions of access to public transit, and the last indicator, the land use indicator, aimed at assessing, at evaluating conditions of access to distinct categories of urban functions, and also to aimed at evaluating the diversity of land uses. So the area of study is the metropolitan city of Cagliari, polycentric urban structure composed by 17 municipalities integrated into a complex and articulated landscape characterized by the presence of mountain systems, wetlands, and agricultural areas, and natural reserves. So the findings of the analysis, the result of the analysis of these four indicators underlines distinct conditions of the configuration of the structure of the metropolitan city of Cagliari. For instance, the land use indicator, including the density of points of interest of local destination related to distinct categories of services and of urban functions, and the diversity of points of interest, underlines, for instance, polycentric structures, but also underlines a hierarchy integrated into this polycentric structure. For instance, we can observe the emergence of the compact cores of the 17 municipalities as local poles of services, as local clusters of functions, and we can also observe the emergence of the compact core of the urban area of Cagliari as a metropolitan scale cluster of services and of functions. In similar terms, the ground surface indicator aimed at representing the configuration of built-up areas underlines the again the polycentric structure of the metropolitan city of Cagliari, and in particular it underlines a gradient of density from the compact cores of the 17 municipalities towards the suburban and peri-urban areas and areas of dispersed urbanization, mainly along the coastline. Lastly, the mobility indicators, and not lastly, but the subsequent step was the analysis of the permeability and mobility indicator, which combines two configurational metrics, aimed at representing the condition of integration and centrality of the segments that constitute the system of roads within the metropolitan city. And this permeability indicator underlines the structure of the primary and secondary routes, and also underlines the clusters of areas that present optimal conditions of access to public transit. So again, we can see that these conditions of access to public transit and to the road infrastructures are mainly concentrated in the compact cores of the 17 municipalities. And again, we can see also emerging centers in the peri-urban and suburban areas of the city of Cagliari, in particular, namely due to the process of consolidation of development of social housing districts in the northwest area of the city of Cagliari. Lastly, we can the ecological infrastructure indicator that evaluates, that represent the ratio of urban green areas on the total surface area of each unit of analysis, underlines the emergence of the large natural reserves located at the edge of the metropolitan city, but also underline the presence of several clusters of several core of natural and semi-natural areas among the municipalities, along the urban cluster of the metropolitan area. So a qualitative interpretation of these results facilitate the recognition of distinct spatial conditions across the metropolitan city of Cagliari. In particular, we can recognize the central ancient cores that emerge as cluster of services or functions, so as areas presenting optimal or good conditions of density and diversity of services. We can recognize the main components of the metropolitan ecological infrastructures. We can also recognize areas presenting an agricultural vocation, agricultural potential, in particular as high nature value farmlands, who can complement and integrate the ecological infrastructure, but also the several, how can I say, vague situations emerge, representing areas of dispersed urbanization or areas that present marginal conditions of access to services or to public transit, and that present a combination of distinct conditions resulting from a process, an ongoing process of development and of urbanization. So to summarize the findings of this preliminary stage of this study, the analysis underlines the polycentric structure of the metropolitan city of Cagliari. Also, it underlines the emergence of an internal hierarchy, as I said before, so the emergence of local centers in the 16 municipalities that surround the city of Cagliari, and the emergence of the compact core of the city of Cagliari as a metropolitan scale pole of services. And this condition, in particular, the emergence of area presenting an ongoing process of urbanization, and also the emergence of areas of dispersed urbanization, in particular along the coast, underlines the existence of a structural relation of dependence of marginal or suburban areas on central cores. As I said, the compact core in the city of Cagliari emerges as a vibrant core and a metropolitan scale pole of services. And also an interesting condition is the emergence, in particular along major road infrastructure, of localized cluster of functions, of services, of metropolitan scale amenities, so suggesting the emergence of eccentric centralities along the major transport infrastructures. So the considerations emerging from this analysis are that strategies of urban regeneration meant to increase conditions of access to services and also meant to increase conditions of participation of people to economic, social, cultural life of the metropolitan city of Cagliari could be addressed at considering and valorizing the location of metropolitan scale amenities along major infrastructures, increasing or promoting structural conditions that can be conducive to an increased density of services in suburban and peri-urban areas, for instance, intervening on the conditions of density of integration of access to public transit in suburban areas, and also an important issue regards the connection of the main components of the ecological infrastructures. So via a process of regeneration of abandoned lands within the urbanized areas, but also via the integration of the natural and semi-natural areas and the high natural value farmlands that characterize a vast portion of the metropolitan city of Cagliari, and the creation of a linear system of open spaces also meant to reconnect the emerging centralities along major road infrastructures with the urbanized cluster. Thank you for your attention, and if there are any questions, I will be glad to answer them.
Thank you very much. Ooh,
yes, psychedelic.
Okay, so thank you very much, Alfonso, for your very interesting presentations. Do we have comments, questions from the audience? Yes, please.
I would ask the most amenities are along major infrastructures. Are they along road network or also along urban?
Yeah. The analysis showed that optimal conditions of density and diversity of services are located into the central cores, so in the ancient cores of the 17 municipalities. So highly permeable and accessible areas. But also that, as you observed, new centralities, new cluster of metropolitan scale amenities, including malls, hospitals, university campus, are located along major road infrastructures. Road infrastructures.
Transit.
No. So this is one of the issues emerging from this analysis. That is that a cluster of metropolitan scale amenities are developing along major road infrastructures, and that these clusters are not connected by public transit or by a continuous system of pedestrian spaces to the urbanized cluster. So this could be one of the main axis of policies of urban regeneration in the metropolitan city of Cagliari. And this strategy could complement also interventions aimed at integrating the components of the ecological infrastructure so as to create a continuous ecological infrastructure that permeate all the urbanized areas.
Okay, yes, please.
So, and this is not a criticism.
No, please.
Every time we do land use analysis and we either use syntax or some other method, we forget to analyze also land use value, price.
Yeah.
And even in the United States, it's money oriented. How can you just simulate in your mind, how would your analysis be different in terms of the access to amenities in correlation with the value of residential development?
Okay, this is an interesting question because in the metropolitan city of Cagliari, for instance, prices are higher in central areas, mainly because central areas present high levels of density of services so that you can access a wide range of services by foot, by public transit, by cycling. So they present optimal conditions of accessibility, of access to services. So I guess this is one of the main reasons of the higher price values of these houses. On the same time, also, mainly after the COVID pandemic, prices in suburban areas are rising because of the availability of green areas, private gardens and so on. So after the pandemic, people started to search for detached, private single houses with green spaces, etc. So these are two tendencies. And also with regard to the location of economic activities, I guess that a problem is that high prices in central spaces and also the lack of large spaces, spaces apt to accommodate big retail shops, etc., is pushing many amenities, many services towards the suburban areas, and in order to exploit the location advantage represented by road networks, these amenities are moving along major road infrastructures. So surely also we should analyze, we could analyze also if a variation could be observed in prices, land prices along the major road infrastructures. Thank you for your question.
Thank you very much, Alfonso. Thank you all for the questions. We were supposed to have one last presentation, but since we are talking about accessibility, the presenter said some accessibility problems. Yeah. There was an issue with the bus, so I'm not sure if they are able to join us. They text us, and so I suppose that. Okay, so we can maybe try to postpone their presentation. We have a virtual, our workshop is organized with the session now, and with another session starting later, virtual at 11 o'clock. We can see if maybe there is a spot there or someone does not connect. We will see. Anyway, we thank also the other presenters, Ilaria Del Ponte, Valentina Costa, and Davide Soraggi, I think. Not here. Okay, for their presentation, and we see when they can present. So thank you very much for being here. It was a pleasure for me. Okay. We can have a coffee together.
Thank you.
Thank you also to Diego, Federica, Lea, Gustavo, Cassia, and also Enza, who was attending before. Bye.
Bye bye.
Good morning to everybody online.
Hanno sbagliato, non nessuna preselezione.
Is Aurora Castellani online? Okay, I can see Aurora Castellani, which is our second presenter of today. But I see that Rosa Cassia is online, yes?
Yes.
Okay, can you hear me, Rosa?
Yes.
Perfect. So just in case Aurora doesn't show up on time, I will let you present before as a second person.
Okay.
L'ha messo nella general track. E quello aveva sbagliato, però l'abbiamo revisionato noi.
Okay. I am trying to contact Aurora Castellani by WhatsApp, but in the meantime, I think we can start the workshop. Move computer.
Gli altri due paper non l'hanno messo.
Okay, so Aurora is arriving and we can start. So, good morning, welcome to everybody. I'm Valentina Franzoni. I will be your chair. I am also the organizer of this workshop together with Professor Milani here. And I will start with a mix. I will merge the presentation of the workshop and the presentation of my paper to be quicker. I invite you all to read the paper for more details because I will stay a bit on the superficial level, because I think it's very important to take some time to speak about ethics in artificial intelligence. So my paper is going in depth on the rules, regulations that in the last year came all over the world. I will show you only one slide on that, and I will show you other things about ethics, because I think it's very important for our computer scientists and people that apply computer science to their work to have a clear idea of what ethics is and and why it is important. Then the second presenter, which will be online, Aurora Castellani, who is a psychologist specialized in ethics for AI, will speak more about the rules. So I will start now with my presentation. I hope that everybody can see it remotely. Rosa, may you please tell me if you can see my presentation shared on the screen? Or maybe we stopped the screen sharing. Is the screen sharing disabled?
No.
Is it active or I have to move?
Here.
So it's not active still. Okay, perfect. Entire screen. No, I did something wrong. Sorry. It's better to share the window. Okay,
So I think that you are now online seeing my presentation. So the title of this presentation is From Black Box to Glass Box, which should be the opposite. Advancing Transparency in Artificial Intelligence System for Ethical and Trustworthy AI. But as I told, I will speak more about the concept of having an ethical AI than on details. So we knew that in the last years, recent years, AI had a big jump because a lot of interesting large language models that are used for chats like ChatGPT, but also for generative AI, such as generation of images and so on, gathered a lot the interest of people. And what is happening is something similar to the last years of the last century, when people began to speak about deep learning and AI, but then they were a bit scared about the consequences. And so we are now in a critical period of time, because what is happening now is that a lot of people, in particular the general public and people who are not experts in AI, are trying to gain some basic knowledge about AI, but they also have a lot of fears about AI and how it can influence our lives. So our responsibility as researchers is not only to understand which can be the danger and how to mitigate it, but also to educate people, to let them know that we have the situation in our hands, we can control it. It's not that AI will become the singularity and conquer the world and destroy the humanity, as people think. And so we have to educate, moving the focus from this sci-fi environment and thoughts that are not realistic to the dangers that are really interesting to focus on. And so it's very important to speak about ethics in this moment. Before speaking about ethics in AI, we need absolutely to define AI and to define ethics. Defining ethics is a bit easier. Defining AI is not so easy, because people think that artificial intelligence means that a machine or a robot or a software could be something that can replace the human in some tasks. Instead, we want usually to have a support by artificial intelligence and not to be replaced by artificial intelligence, if not on tasks that takes a lot of time and effort, and that AI can do better. But a lot of old definitions that are circulating, and I want now to define my definition, the one that I will use for this work. So for me, AI is basically what you see in this flow. So our goal is to optimize unexpected utility, and we will have a function that will allow us to do it in any system that we can have. That can be generative AI, classification, or anything else. And we will have an agent, which can be a software or a robot.
Share the screen. You have to share.
Sorry, my first session finished just delayed.
It should be already shared.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Sorry.
No problem.
Share.
And so we will have the agent. Okay, so the agent can be a software or a robot. The agent can perceive something from the environment and can keep a history, keep track of, so learning also from the environment. And then the function will give us an output, which will be a behavior of the agent. And the behavior can influence the environment. So the environment will change and we have a loop. And then also the environment can get some information from the state history, and we can get from the environment some state history that we can evaluate with some performance measure. And in this part of the performance measure, we can understand if we are optimizing the problem or not. And if we want to speak about AI in a novel way, we can also give some other definitions. Usually AI can use primitives, so it can be modular with different blocks of code, doing different things and then putting them together. It's usually quick because with AI we want a fast response. It's not quick for the training part, but for the running part. Should be reactive, so if we have an input that is different from another, he could be able to understand it and react properly. It's environment-based. We already saw it, and so we can call it adaptive because it adapts to the environment. And it's temporary with learning. It can be temporary with learning if we have a history, and it can be called also evolutionary, even if we don't use evolutionary algorithm. And it can also be collective and contagious if the information given by people using the AI are also collected and will contribute to future trainings, as it happens, for instance, for ChatGPT or other generative AIs, which can be trained for future versions. But what is really AI is a calculatedly rational AI. Calculatedly rational means that we can calculate small portions of functions, and these small problems, sub-problems of the big problem, should be used in a rational way, so should have a rational solution. We know that AI can also simulate emotions or other things, but it's always a rational function. And it's approximate because if we want a fast response, usually we don't want to wait a lot to calculate all the possible outcomes and choose the very best one. But we can accept suboptimal results. And there are many applications that can be considered by humans good or bad, depending on who you are. We can see that there are a lot of applications used, for instance, in military, but also for logistics, for housekeeping, for health. So we have to have in mind that some of them are more critical for ethics, some other not, or less, okay? And we have to highlight the importance of data, because most of the biases that we can have in our algorithm come from the data. Let's go to ethics. So what is ethics? Ethics studies the values which are associated to actions and decisions. So we can see ethics and these decisions as something that can be good or bad, right or wrong. But this kind of narrative links our thoughts more to what we call moral. Instead, we don't want to see ethics as moral, because moral is dependent on culture, on who you are, on personal beliefs. Instead, ethics should be a shared moral, some shared thoughts and values that can be generalized. And so we have to evaluate the impact of AI on the quality of life, not on the moral views. And so why ethics in AI? Because very often in AI, but in general in technology, we can have some non-intentional negative outcomes, side effects, we can call them. For sure, users have the responsibility to use tools correctly, but researchers that develop the tools have a higher responsibility, and the scientists, researchers, and developers should be questioning always about how to act in their work, so which is their ethics, which projects to implement or discard, if they can be used in a wrong way and we cannot limit the wrong outcomes, it's better to discard them, maybe, and how to manage not only the development but also the education. What happened with ChatGPT, that a powerful tool has been given in the hand of the general public without thinking that it will become viral, without educating the general public. So the public will see on the homepage of ChatGPT that it can give dangerous results, wrong results, but it's like if they filter out this information and they think that it should or can do something that it cannot. So we have to educate, to find new ways to educate people about, for example, in the paper I wrote some tutorials. You see, sometimes when we use an app for the first time, we have a tutorial. On the screen, we can see arrows pointing at function, explaining them. We should do something like this also with artificial intelligence, because only a writing or a statement is not enough. People will not read them. They should be forced to pass by some steps to understand and learn how to use properly the tools. And which can be our values. For sure, we cannot say that the responsibility is of the tool. So ChatGPT makes errors, is not ChatGPT fault. Okay, it's the fault of our way to use it and developers that cannot reach. But sometimes the limit is intrinsic, so developers should just make it more easy to understand. And the technology and science cannot be ethically neutral. So there is nothing that we can produce without questioning us if it can have side effects or not. And of course, we must agree on the values. So to maximize the utility, we have to agree on which are our values. And basically, the world now doesn't have shared values. This is the most critical open problem about ethics in AI. There are a lot of fears about AI. Here you can read some. I only highlight the fact that the fears are about the impact on the society and the impact on the future because of the ubiquitous tools. So AI can be everywhere, and so it can replace people or replace the capability of people to do something. We have as researchers to limit what? To limit hardware, software, and the topic of application or context of application. For example, there was a long discussion, if you can remember, if disabled people with prosthetics can run together with healthy people. So basically, this kind of black gives you more strength than a normal human, and so it will be not equal to run together. We always focus on these kind of things when we produce robots or prosthetic parts of the body. If we give a prosthetic arm, this arm should not be a superhero arm. It should have a strength, the same strength of the normal person. We don't want to produce cyborgs, okay? And we can do the same evaluations on software and on the topic of application. And there have been done in the last 4 years, a lot of evaluations about AI, and also the governments are starting to think about it. For example, there is an Italian word, ethic initiatives, research focused, are the DRM, the Digital Rights Management, which is about the intellectual property, the GDPR, the European Regulation for Privacy, and many other standards. IEEE has some standards for ethics. Some companies gather together to state some rules and guidelines. Of course, laws and guidelines are two separate issues. There is the Accountability Act of the USA, very recent, of last year, that says that any tool requires deep documentation about the impact in the decision system. And then there is the Artificial Intelligence Act of the European Union, which worries myself a lot because they are trying to state rigorous obligations, and they are based on the risk for providers to produce something that can harm health and safety. But since they are not enough knowledge about how AI works, for now, what has been said in the European Union is to block in total some areas. For example, emotion recognition is not accepted, but emotion recognition can become a manipulation in marketing, but can be a very useful tool in health management. So it's again important to educate even our government, because our politicians are not knowledgeable enough to legislate. And there was also a meeting organized by the Vatican called Rome Call for an Ethics on AI in 2020. And they concluded that governments should legislate on AI. But how can politicians write laws about AI if they don't know AI? If they fear AI without understanding what AI can do and what it cannot do, like becoming the singularity and conquer the world. We can focus on some important principles that have to be taken into account. One is transparency, which is the topic of my paper. The other is transparency, also in the meaning of explainability, and the responsibility. For instance, if we have a self-driven car and there is an accident, who has the responsibility? The producer, the owner? We don't have a solution until now. So people are working on ethics in this kind of way. And then we can have polarization, which can be a bias. We will see the bias can be voluntary bias or not. We should focus on equity, on privacy, the dignity of people, and a responsible governance, which is the most difficult part. And this is because AI can easily generate unfair practice, discrimination, inaccurate results, dangerous decisions. We know every time we produce an AI software, we know that there are limits. We don't have 100% accuracy on our classifiers. So it's important that we highlight the limits every time we write a paper and that we divulgate our research. Instead, illegal decisions are a separate issue. If I have a bottle of water, the bottled water is designed to keep the water, to let me drink easily, to close the cap. So it's easy. But if I take the same water and I use it when during a soccer play to throw it on the head of people cheering the other team, then this is an illegal decision. So if the AI can be used for illegal practices, it's not responsibility of the developer, but of the people. If they know that it's illegal, it's their responsibility. But what happens is that people looking at software, at something that is not tangible, have some difficulties to understand what is legal and what is not legal. For example, we know people cracking software, which is illegal, but everybody does it. Or in less recent time, people downloading movies from the web illegally. And now we can see that people are thinking about how to use illegally, for instance, generative AI for images, to create fake news, for instance. Of course, we have to educate it, but it's another issue because there are already laws that can limit and punish these people. It's critical for us just to highlight every inherent limit that our algorithm and application has. Let's speak about some biases, so some different types of bias. We can have what we call systemic bias, where some social groups are advantaged or can gain a disadvantage from the algorithm, or when prejudice is in the data of the training. Usually, what we call systemic bias is not a discrimination of which we are aware. It's just the effect, I wrote, of the majority following rules and norms. Like, usually we do like this, we train our algorithm on this data, then maybe the society changes. For instance, now there is more attention on disability, on gender identity, and so on. If we keep for our training the data of the previous culture, the algorithm will mirror the culture with inherent prejudice. For instance, a case study, there has been an AI-based mortgage loan system that charged in the USA Hispanic borrowers higher than other people, like white people, for the same situation. Because the data showed that there was a higher number of Hispanic people not being able to repay, and then so they charge immediately more. And this is, of course, a prejudice, because not every Hispanic people has this problem. Then we have the statistic or algorithmic bias, where the population of the sample of our training is not relevant enough for a feature, for a task. So bias is again inherent in the data. For instance, women can be underrepresented in the data. We have in our daily life a lot of examples of this. If you think about how cars are designed, the height of the seat or the seat belt is usually the average height of a white male. And of course it affects every other culture and women. Instead, women have more damages in car accidents. And there are a lot of cases about this for AI, even with big brands like IBM, Microsoft, and Face++ that use some algorithm and then retired them because they understood there was an algorithmic bias. And then we have the social bias, which reflects systematic errors, for instance, for labeling, based on the application of prejudice of humans. If the label is done always by white men, probably is not the same label that an Asian woman can give. Or there can be some selection bias. Selection bias is when we select who should label our data based on our goal. So let's say I give now a very simple example, very trivial example. If I am making an algorithm in my university, and I want people to evaluate emotion recognition, I select psychologists to do that, but they have a different knowledge than normal people, so it cannot always work. Then there is the activity bias, when algorithms and models are being built on data about only the most active users. So, for instance, if I produce an algorithm for healthy people and then a disabled people comes and cannot use it, or maybe a classification system will not recognize something about them. Instead, we can also have a purposeful polarization, so a bias that we want in our system. And this happens when we have some groups with objective diverse features. For instance, for the health of women and men, of course, our internal organs are not all the same. Men don't have uterus, for instance. And so if I have to develop gender-based medicine system, I have to take care of the differences. So I will develop different systems for men and for women. So this is an ad hoc polarization. So in conclusion, it's very important to highlight the dangers that AI can have, the side effects that they can have, to educate people to use in a good way our algorithm, our systems. We have to limit what can produce bad results and side effects. And I think personally that the researchers are the most important step of this system. Now we are focusing on the government making laws, but if the researchers are not involved in this brainstorming, at least in the beginning, I think that the situation can be bad. For example, for us in Europe, we may be blocked and we can be stopped in our research just because the government decides to stop a particular application of AI. Okay, I'm done with my presentation. I go back to see if Aurora is arrived.
Yes, I am here.
Okay, grazie Aurora. So Aurora is coming from University of Perugia, and I already introduced you, Aurora, before in the beginning. You are ready to share your slides.
Yes, can we?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Alfredo. Aurora, when you want, you can share your slides and switch on your microphone. Perfect.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you put your slides? Perfect.
Yes.
Go on.
Good morning to everybody, and I am Aurora Castellani, and I am a psychologist and a doctoral student from the University of Perugia. And today I'm going to talk about the ethical artificial intelligence in telerehabilitation of neurodevelopmental disorders. Neurodevelopmental disorders are a cluster of mental disorders that occur early in development of children, and they imply cognitive deficits, but can also affect behavioral, relational, and emotional development of children, such as autism or learning disabilities. So timely, intensive, and personalizable treatments are essential in these cases. Telerehabilitation concerns the delivery of a remote rehabilitative treatment with children working in a familiar environment most of the time, and sometimes with the clinician monitoring. For years, telerehabilitation has been applied to the treatment of children with neurodevelopmental disorders, with online platforms that allow a deficit work. But in the last year, intelligent systems has begun to be integrated into rehabilitation in different forms, such as robotics or virtual reality or online platforms. And several studies have demonstrated the effectiveness of these new models. This new intervention offers the possibility of an intensive, frequent, self-adaptive, and personalizable treatment, but they can reduce costs for families and overcome barriers like pandemic or the limitations of national healthcare systems. But they can also improve the number of children that simultaneously receive a treatment and reduce the repetitiveness of the activities proposed for the children. But moreover, it is still unclear how the ethical principles could be applied to the characteristics of these new interventions. And there is an increase of an ethical discussion about AI with adults as users, but the increased presence in children everyday life of intelligent systems poses new questions for researchers, stakeholders, and healthcare professionals. And in 2022, the European Commission published Artificial Intelligence and the Rights of the Child. And this document proposes some key requirements to protect children when they interact with AI. And the aim is understanding if and how the ethical guidelines for AI could be applied to the characteristics of the intelligent telerehabilitation for children with neurodevelopmental disorders. And for this aim, I'm going to propose some possible application of European requirements to this field. The first is minimization. Minimization refers to understanding that intelligent systems are not unlimited resources, but they should be used only for tasks that can have a real positive impact. In the field of telerehabilitation with these children, minimization could be translated in a possibility of an integrated type of treatment, with AI used in conjunction with the clinician present. The substantial part of the treatment is carried out in child's living places through a computer supervised by a caregiver. And then the clinician establishes some periodical meetings in presence. Another mean of minimization could be, for example, a system that promotes some skills generalization could be used only in the early stages of the treatment. And when the child gains a good level of competence, the use of the system is gradually reduced until the treatment is stopped. Transparency, explainability, and communication. What is the best strategy to explain an AI system to children with neurodevelopmental disorders? A possible solution could be a pre-treatment phase. A pre-treatment phase could be developed to allow children to familiarize with activities proposed by the system, or to ask questions about the technology as they experience it. For children who have, for example, difficulties to pay attention an auditory message, pre-treatment phase could include an introduction with some features such as social stories or comic conversations. But also the involvement of caregivers is important. And for this, a demo version for caregivers could be included in the system to address potential doubts or curiosities or questions raised by users during the beta test. Another meaning of transparency of these requirements could be the reliability of information. For example, in the system could be included intelligent warnings about the lack of attention of children or system malfunction, but together with these warnings, information about reliability of the warnings could be included because there may be some things that the system is unable to predict. And in this way, both the clinician and the caregiver could decide if accept or not the alerts. Inclusion and non-discrimination. Designing a program or a system for children with different ages, different evolutionary needs, or stages of development should include children themselves. But again, what is the ideal solution to include children with different characteristics and evolutionary needs? A possible solution could be a research design that evaluates and compares different co-design modes to find the ideal solution. But designing a system with children, caregivers, of course, designers, but also healthcare professionals could reduce the risk of prejudice and discrimination. Privacy, data protection, and security are central issues, especially for children with disabilities who performing a treatment, a remote treatment with online access. In this case, the aim is making the privacy statements understandable for these children, even if it is not required by the law. And for this, a possible solution could be an informed consent developed for the children that they can understand, and to make them free and aware to decide what information they want to share. Respect for children agency. The concept of agency refers to the right of children to self-realize. Every child has the right to make decisions, have controls, have their own goals. And in this case, a possible solution could be the possibility of establishing treatment goals jointly between child and clinician, or provide in a system the possibility of integrating child's goals. And in order to try to expand the research in the field of artificial intelligence applied to telerehabilitation of neurodevelopmental disorders, we have developed a proposal for a research framework. At the first, we will conduct a scoping review of the literature about the ethical guidelines for AI with children as primary users. It will outline a comprehensive framework to understand exactly what ethical principles should be applied in this case, and when the children interact with AI systems. At the second, we will conduct a workshop with different participants. For example, professionals in the field of rehabilitation or telerehabilitation who have experience with artificial intelligence and with children and for children with disabilities, such as healthcare professionals. And experts in the field of artificial intelligence as designers or data privacy officers who are familiar with children with disabilities or with rehabilitation or telerehabilitation, ethical experts, and families and users. Users, I mean children with neurodevelopmental disorders that use rehabilitation or intelligent rehabilitation, and their families. In agreement with the literature, the workshop will cover participants' knowledge about different topics. For example, perception from a personal perspective and the perspective of the specific category of membership related to the field of intelligent telerehabilitation for these disorders, or structural issues that have ethical implication and how can be overcome in developing and implementation of these systems, ethical principles that are involved both for the patient and the clinician, and strategies that need to be implemented to achieve improved ethics in this field. The workshop and the scoping review results will have three goals. Creating ethical recommendation to guide the research use and the design of artificial intelligence applied to the telerehabilitation of neurodevelopmental disorders. Creating an ethical criteria evaluation grid to assess whether a program or a platform or a platform aligns with the recommendations proposed by all participants involved in the process. And at last, a research design that to guide the research in this field, that will integrate the scoping review and the workshop results with the three ethical levels that should structure AI design. So ethic by design, ethic in design, and ethic for design. Of course, there are some limits in this work. The work will clash with timelines of research, but also with the realities of companies, clinicians, and families or researchers, because different parties could have different goals, strategies, or ideas. But also with possible conflicts between principles, for example, the need for data to train algorithms with the right of privacy, data protection, and security. But The idea is that having recommendations and ethical criteria based, of course, on the literature, but on giving voice to the main actors of these of the whole process could affect the meaning of ethics in which sense? Because the adherence of to the criteria proposed could affect the effectiveness dimension of rehabilitation, such as children agency or family information or family motivation, and these could mean revealing ethics in terms, of course, of protection for professionals, users, and families, but also as a central aspect of the care and of the effectiveness dimension of rehabilitation. I have done. Thank you.
Thank you, Aurora. Is there any question for me or for Aurora about this application of ethics? Any question even from Jitsi online? Everything clear here? Okay. Thank you again, Aurora.
Thank you.
Let's go to ICCS with Rosa Cassia from Brazil.
Hi.
Welcome, Rosa. Please share your screen. We have some.
Okay, can you see?
We can see, but there are a lot of noises with the sound.
Sorry?
There is some noise for the sound. We can see correctly, but we can hear you like a metallic sound.
It's better now?
Yes, a bit better. Probably some device close to the microphone.
Yeah. Okay then. Okay. Can I start the presentation?
Yes. Please.
So, I'm Casa. I'm a master student in computer science at Federal University of Mato Grosso do Sul.
Rosa, excuse me. Your sound is very metallic. It's difficult to understand your words. I don't know if it's a problem of network, but I think it's your microphone. Do you have any device close to the microphone that can interfere?
Actually, no. You can hear me.
Switch off the video, maybe it's the network.
Better now?
No, it's not better. Okay. Can you put down the volume of your speakers?
I understand now.
You can switch on the video because it was not your video. Try to speak.
Can you hear me?
You should try to lower the volume of your speakers, not of the microphone, because we can see the speakers coming, the sound from the speakers coming back to the microphone.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, please.
Oi, Cássia, tudo bem? Aqui é Tamir, sou do Brasil. Tá me escutando?
Oi?
Teu microfone tá muito ruim, acho que tá com algum problema aí de interferência. Será que você tá usando alguma coisa perto, alguma coisa do tipo? Não.
Não, eu vou tentar pegar um fone.
É, tá tipo metálico, sabe? Como se tivesse. Eu não sei se você tá usando o próprio microfone do notebook, é?
Sim.
Ah, tá. Tenta pegar um fone então. Tá bem ruim o microfone. She's trying to get a headset too.
Okay, perfect. Otherwise, she can remove the volume of the speakers.
O que você pode fazer aí também, Cássia, é tentar diminuir o volume da tua caixa de som. Não sei se melhora. Você está escutando? Tá? Quer tentar baixar o volume da tua caixa de som e falar, só para ver se ela não está interferindo no teu microfone?
Agora vocês conseguem me escutar?
Agora está bem melhor. Pronto.
Agora melhorou?
Thank you very much. You can start. Thanks.
Okay. So, as I said before, I'm a master's student in computer science at Federal University of Mato Grosso do Sul, and I'm going to presenting the natural language processing techniques for hate speech evaluation for Brazilian Portuguese. The next slides are going to show the introduction of the problem, the preliminaries, the database I used, results, and the conclusion. And the social media nowadays, we have this big amount of data that difficult the content moderation because it's almost impossible for a person evaluate all the posts the person made for the day. And a part of these posts are offensive or hateful content. So the platforms uses some guidelines, some politics for content moderation. I have here 3 examples of hate speech in social media. They are part of the database I collected from Twitter. They are harmful against Northwest persons from Brazil, against persons who live in Islams in Brazil, and against gay people too. These 3 examples here on the left, they can be evaluated as hate speech when we see the content moderation of platforms like Twitter or Instagram. They adopting the approach that a hate content is some kind of image or some kind of video has some symbology or impose the violence against some person or against a minority group that the person belongs to. Or even if it's an implicit hate speech when the person denies some violent event like the Holocaust or the September 11 attacks. For evaluate the data I collected, I used the BET model, which is a large language model, and I chose him because the authors of the paper about the BET, they say they can understand more the context than another past models, but also it's a complicated intention when you see the content because actually large language models they can predict sentence and etc. But actually understand is a more difficult task. So I want to evaluate this, and I use the the BERT-based model, specifically the BERT-MBAL, which is a pre-trained model in the specific domain of Brazilian Portuguese. And the hate speech, explicit hate speech, I use it because the implicit hate speech is difficult for the language model to understand. Sometimes they can see, could be an image combined with text, or sometimes the person can use different words for spread the hate content, and this can be more difficult for the model to understand. So the explicit hate speech is kind of easier task for the model, but also have some issues to consider, like the difference between explicit and implicit. The explicit, as I said before, is the when you try to harmful explicitly hate against a person, when you have a threat, a violent action against a person or minority group. And implicit hate speech, in this example here, they see as it can be combined, like when you see only the image of this woman, you probably don't understand, like, okay, it's a hate speech. But when you combine it with the sentence around the image, you understand that it's a implicit hate speech because you can detect automatically. And this book approach was based on the Rosenfield work, and about in the Brazilian laws, we have about the explicit hate speech. And there's some issues about the hate speech detection, because your model can be biased when you use some identity terms. Because when you evaluate if some word, some sentence or some phrase have the explicit hate speech, you try to see if they have some word like gay or slut, etc. But these words can be resignified for the minority groups who were before harmful for them. Like the David Duke work, they evaluated the toxicity level of drag queens and far-right leaders in the Perspective API. And these tools say the drag queens are more toxic than the far-right leaders because they use words like gay, Asian, lesbian, etc. So the Perspective API see these words and associated with toxic content or hate speech. But it doesn't mean the far-right leaders are less toxic, but they just have a way to harmful the minority groups, but also don't use these words. So we have this issue when we try to detect hate speech, because sometimes when you try to protect the minority group, you actually are censoring them because the words they use it. Also, another problems with the moderation, the content, is an automatic approach where you screen your app and then you try to ban some posts you consider racist or misogynist, but the automatic tool doesn't understand sometimes the context which the posts are made and don't consider it for ban like the when happened in Instagram. And another bias present in NLP techniques are not just for the hate speech detection test, but also in the translate. In Portuguese, we have the gender in the words. So in English, the doctor is for both genders, but in Portuguese, we have médico for men and médica for romance. And Google Translate associates the word doctor to a man and the word nurse to a woman. So this bias is present in the NLP, like in the all other AI techniques too. The data collection process that I made, I use these identity terms, which could be very harmful, and the future works to try to mitigate this bias could be caused for these words like gay or some misogyny terms like slut. And then I construct a query with all these parameters and also use the hashtag eleições 2022, which is a hashtag used in the period of elections in the last year here in Brazil, because in this period was a little conflict in Brazil, and persons spread too much hate on the social media. I use the Essence Scrape, a tool for web scraping, and I scrape the Twitter platform. I storage more than 800,000 sentences in a data frame, and then I cleanly remove the sentence with less than the 5 words. I also change the username for user and remove the hashtags. So before that, this was the final corpus with all these collected posts from Twitter. And here is a word cloud with all the main words which appears in the corpus. So here we have the sexual option, very big, because it was one of the things I used.
Rosa, you have 5 minutes left.
Okay. This is the word cloud. And the data annotation, I was labeling the data by myself. I have labeled the 848 sentence. Evaluate if they have some explicit hate speech or if they have some injury. If they have some content with hate speech, they are labeled as hate speech. If they're not, they are evaluate the context to see if they are neutral or they are offensive. So in the final data set, I have the 3 classes: hate speech, offensive, and neutral. In the annotated data set, we have the most of words with around like less than 20 words, or the phrase less than 20 words. And here's some of the main words that show in the annotated data set. The background of the all sentence are very likely the word cloud, also the neutral sentence, and the offensive sentence and hateful sentence are most similar, but the hateful sentence have too much misogyny identity terms. And here is an example of the text I labeled. They are offensive against the persons, women, and some others use the identity terms to harm women, but in this context, they was neutral. And also clarify that all this labeling can be biased too, because it was made for only a single person. I also used another two database for the training the best models to compare the data sets. The first one is a functional data set to measure the accuracy of data sets. The another one was the offensive comments, which is a Brazilian Portuguese data set collected from websites. And the third one was the data set I built. So here we have the plot of the three models. And for conclusion, we have to find at this work a large-scale data collection. And this was the first step on this job. The first labeling of 148 sentences, the bottom about fine-tuning and some hate speech evaluations. In the future work, we're going to labeling more examples with more annotators. This is actually already happened. We are also going to do some bias evaluation on this data set and have some implicit hate speech evaluation too, and try to explore more models.
Okay, thank you, Rosa. Any question from the public or online? I want to say something. Your work is very interesting. It's stunning that Google can have such critical bias in the translation. So it hit me a lot. It's very bad, let's say. I have just a technical question. Is your data set of words of terms available for the
Oh, yeah. They are available on my GitHub page.
Okay. Did you put the link in your paper?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you again. Now let's go on with the Professor Milani. Professor Milani is also a co-organizer of this workshop. He is from University of Perugia. And let me find again. Okay. And I give you the stage.
Thank you very much, Dr. Franzoni. I'm going to present I think I should have a full screen. I don't find the full screen. Can you see the full screen tab? No, I don't see.
Maybe just closing this.
Oh, okay, just close this. Okay. Okay, it's bigger. Let's see. It's okay. Okay, good morning, even it's afternoon. Okay. And I'm very glad to present this work. This is in the section workshop ICCS, International Workshop for Collective Evolutionary System. And this is quite technical and short work, I would like to say. I'm going to present preliminary results on a group detection technique, which is based on a technique derived from text processing using neural network that is very, very popular nowadays, is a word embedding technique. And we modified these techniques. We applied, that was our research question, actually. And we want to verify if it's possible to modify the same technique to use on on user detection of user behavior or user groups in this particular paper. And we call user-to-vector encoding. This work is a joint work with Valentina Franzoni and Giulio Biondi from University of Perugia and Hong Kong Baptist University. So let me introduce briefly, directly, an application scenario in which we would like to apply this technique, and then we will go back to the theoretical part. Suppose to have users, single users, individuals, which belongs to known group, which is the ground truth we want to discover the group of users. Suppose, for instance, you have a classes of students in a given school, and you observe group of students during their social behavior or their normal movement. You have a student detector. Suppose you have available at school gates some mean to recognize group of students passing the gate, for instance, recording the entry and the exit flow of individual at the beginning and the end of the school day. So you have a set of observation. Each observation is a set of individuals which are characterized by random subgroups. People, when enter or exiting a building like a school, or you can think about a shopping mall, for instance, they tend to be close with people to the same group. Doesn't, of course, if you take a sample of random people, you will have subgroups belonging to different groups, but typically people connected socially will be detected in the same observation. So here, for instance, you can very schematically, you have a classes on the right, you have a gate on the left, you have a group of people passing by. You will see, for instance, this group of people detected as a vector of people will be constituted by two groups, two subgroups. Of course, the detector doesn't know which are the groups, and of course, the detector is able to recognize individual. Like people, suppose, for instance, in a transportation system, in a shopping mall, people brings this nice identifier that can be recognized over the time, despite you don't know who he is, okay? But you have, this is the idea, no? You have a group detection and constituted by subgroups with different size, etc. So our goal is to collect multiple observations along time and to devise a method to infer the groups to which the individual belong, exploiting pattern regularities in random subgroup observed over time. And here is the idea which was based this, as I told you, preliminary work to verify the feasibility of the approach, to adapt the word embedding techniques, techniques which are used for text processing. We will go in a minute more deeper. So, and we transform word-to-vector, the technique of word-to-vector encoding to user-to-vector encoding. So let's go a little deeper to recall the feature of a word-to-vector encoding. So word-to-vector rely in the big area of word embedding that is basically using analysis of large text corpora using neural network algorithm, unsupervised neural network algorithm. And the most outstanding technique is the word-to-vec skipgram-based method. Basically, in the word-to-vec skipgram-based method, you feed the neural network with phrases, with a lot of phrases extracted by text. And the output is a word representation, a vectorial representation. Each word corresponds to a vector in a multidimensional space, a vector of many dimensions, with this interesting feature that close words, close in what sense? Words which appears on the same context, that means in the same phrase, or in similar phrases with similar or often similar words, will have similar representation. There are different parameters, hyperparameters, which are typically characterizing word-to-vector algorithm. Most importantly is the context size, that is a window size, and the embedding size, which is the number of components of the embedding vector. So basically, the output bring words with similar meaning or constant usage tend to have a similar dense vector representation. That means if you apply to the two words representation, the different vector towards a distance metric, for example, cosine distance or Euclidean distance, you will find the word close if these words are used in the same context. And this, of course, have a lot of consequences. You can use to predict the word given a context, to predict context given word. Is a tech quite easily used in generative AI algorithm. So what we have done in user-to-vector embedding, basically, we consider observation, that means the sequence of group of people, as a context. And the purpose is to predict the user presence in a work exactly as we predict the word in a phrase. So users with a similar contextual experience tend to have a similar dense vector representation, and this similarity can be easily measured by a distance matrix. What we have done, we have devised an architecture workflow that is basically using two main phases. The first phase is the learning user-to-vector phase, in which you use a technique very similar to the word-to-vector skipgram, where we learn a probability-based representation. That means two words which probably appears together tend to have a close representation. And then we apply, in this case, to users, we apply clustering phase, in which we provide multidimensional metrics, since we have multidimensional vectors, and we consider, we apply an algorithm, clustering algorithm, in which closed users are clustered in groups. And then we evaluate what? We evaluate of course, the accuracy of classification, different other parameters. Here we see three main experimental techniques that we have considered: 10 groups, 25 individual, 10 individual per groups, and we have done systematically experiments on different numbers of observations and different composition of a single observation. An observation is made of 3 subgroups from 2 to 5 randomly selected individuals, basically. And these are the parameters that we have used in user-to-vector and clustering phase. So what these are the evaluation metrics we have considered. The more important are homogeneity and completeness. Homogeneity give you the information how much the quality of clustering, at which extent all the data points within a cluster belong to the same class. So you have a cluster which are composed by individual of the same ground truth class. A completeness in which you measure the other parameter, the extent to which all the data points belonging to the same class are assigned to the same cluster. The other two metrics, V measure and Fox-Mello measure, they combine, they are basically harmonic means of homogeneity and completeness. Of course, the ideal case is to have homogeneity and completeness 1. Basically, experimental results we have done. This is a partial view of the systematic result that we had. In the third scenario, 10 groups, 10 people, 10 clusters. So we give the number of clusters to the algorithm. We obtain, and this is a quite interesting solution, that with 2,500 observation, we obtain already a perfect, let's say, perfect performance in this case. Of course, the data are randomly generated, no? So in this case, we see that for above 100 dimension, 100 vector, the vector that are dimension more than 100 with 10, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, okay? And this is the first result. The second result is when we increase, we more than double the number of people in groups, and you know exactly the number of clusters to compute, we double just the number of observation. And finally, the third sample of text is when you don't know the number of final groups that you have to detect. In this case, the number of clusters is free. You obtain again in 5,000 the best homogeneity, a very, very good measure for completeness or combined homogeneity and completeness. Let me just comment in a short this preliminary result. So we observe convergence, and this is very important, for a least number of observations. 2,500 observation of groups is not a big deal for group of, I remember, 10 people in 10 different groups, basically a school, a group of offices. So you can imagine a shopping mall, for instance, with people passing by together, and you observe many times. We observe a linear scaling on number of members of group. If you double the number of members, you double the observation. It's quite linear, not so. And a preliminary observation is that the group estimation, so you don't know, here you know the number of classes is 10. Here you don't know the number of final group to detect. So as you see, the completeness is still acceptable, very, very good, actually. And so the techniques is robust with respect to estimation. In conclusion, we verified, this is a preliminary result I explained, I point out, that it's possible to exploit techniques from text processing and applying the same techniques to, basically, the key point is co-occurrency of word. In this case, is co-occurrency of user. And of course, this encourages us to do more systematic experimentation, introduction, of course, of noisy observation that we do not introduce here. And we could apply to real data sets about transportation, people, observation, shopping mall, communication, even if in this case, the most difficult issue is to be a ground truth developer to evaluate the performance, because you can detect groups, but you don't actually know the group of people they belong in this case. And another point we will work certainly in the near future is to modify the skip-gram algorithm to introduce some kind of reinforcement elements in learning in such a way to enclose the closeness, not only as a closeness of co-occurrency of words, co-occurrency of people in the observation, and not only with the window size. For instance, you can have other elements which derive from social, facial expression, age, apparent age of people, which they connect together. An application, of course, to other fields like sequences of action, co-occurrences of efficiencies, or in general, co-occurrences of events. Like here is the co-occurrence of the events. Two people are together in the same place, are observed together. So there are a bunch of other application field in which this technique has a potential, despite it was derived for text processing. This is amazing how it works well in this case. So I finished, I think. Thank you very much. I'm available for question or even collaboration. Please.
I would like to ask, is something that one person only belongs to one class and not multiple classes?
If one person belongs?
To one,
Only
one.
Only one person?
Se una persona appartiene solo a un solo gruppo o può appartenere a più di uno?
No, in this preliminary work, we consider only people which belongs to one group. Each people belongs to one group. It cannot be multiple groups. But the idea, the approach in which you consider the vector representation, since it's based on distance, if a person belongs to two groups, we expect that as a, let's say, a distance which is close to both centroid, just speaking in terms of clustering. So
from the point of view of the implementation, can be done in the same way.
Yes, can be done. We consider very, very simple scenario in which each group is completely separate. You can imagine students in a school, employees coming out from offices, things like that. You know, in this, but of course, in social interaction are much more complex. You can have.
We have another question.
Please.
Are there limitations with regard to your technique? Are there limitations?
Oh yes, of course. There are some limitation of the techniques. One is this part, and the other one that we are willing to explore is to include more elements, like to reinforce. In this moment, we just consider this idea of co-occurrence. Two persons are in the same observation, and probably they will be recognized. So the idea is that the main limitation is to reduce the number of observations that you need to make a conclusion in some sense.
What challenges does work embedding technique present compared to other popular technique of natural language processing? What challenges does work?
C'è qualche challenge
When you compare-
rispetto a... No. I think it's easier, basically. It's an easier solution than...
Of course, for this particular problem, you could use a more, let's say, combinatorial algorithmic techniques, just for groups detection. Our idea was the potential of text processing is very interesting, exactly because of the point that she raised, that if you belong to more than one groups, so the output representation in some sort embed some kind of probabilities of, in the case of the word, probability that the word will appear next to another one. And this idea is to exploit in user presence. Okay,
a limit can be in which way you represent the users. Because, for instance, you may have some proximity sensor and it will be a precise result, or you have an image recognition which doesn't have 100% accuracy. So it can be inherent in the input data, some limitations. But basically, this is a good way that we can use instead of tracking, for instance, the movement in a video of the person. This is much easier.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you again.
Okay, thank you.
Let's go on to the final presentation. Professor Gulmira Bekmarova from Eurasian University of Kazakhstan. She is an expert about sentiment analysis and emotion recognition. And we speak us about her. Sorry, stop sharing. Her work about sentiment, processing of social political discourse and public speeches.
Thank you, Dr. Valentina. Yes, today I will present the sentiment processing of social political discourse and public speeches. This topic is a part of the research project. The topic of political discourse on the internet, automatic detection of hotbeds of political discourse in social networks is an urgent task of modern researchers. Always we want to know where we have some hotbeds in the social networks, where some groups can discuss some events, some political events, liberation, elections, and so on. The next important task is to determine the sentiment of discussions in the centers of political discourse. It's the second important task when we want to know, is it positive, negative, or it's neutral, or what is the social mood about some topics, and so on. So here there are some prerequisites of this work. Our group had some experience on identification of terrorist threats in social networks. It's not big, but we had some research about this, sentiment analysis of texts, creation of morphological analysis, and so on. And I want to make some explanation about this work, that if we want to analyze some sentiment in social networks, we need to do some NLP processing before. Of course, we need to find some data sets, and then we need to analyze, like, first of all, we need to do the morphological analysis, then we need to do the syntax analysis, and only after that we need to understand what topic about the people discuss, and then we can to apply the sentiment analysis. So our group, I'm work with my colleagues, and we had all background in these topics, and we use this sentiment analysis like a part of big research. And now in our paper, or in our current task, we have some intelligence anonymizer, because we work in Kazakh language. Kazakh language is a low resource language, and we don't have many text resources in the internet, so it's very important for us to have the synonymizer. And this is the main point why we use later we'll show the ontology, why we use the ontology, because we don't have, as I said, the many resources. And the second, we need to identify some context, because when we talk about some sentiment, it's always depend on the context. For example, in one case, it could be maybe not so positive or not so negative in one context. But for example, we can read the same comments with the same mood, like the same words, but in other cases it could be more significant, like more positive or more negative. And that's why we use these methods, like we create the ontology of some subject area, and then we try to train our model in this context. Is this big or is this high? like we use some coefficients. We use some in this case. Is it sometimes we need to normalize them during depends on the context of the subject area. So about the data set, we used more than 1,200 sources which applicable to subject area. The sources of information in social networks accounted for 33 and 33% the media of information is 66 and 7%. So here you can see that mostly this information are neutral, and only 2% is more than 2% is negative, and about 2% is positive. So as I said before, when we try to analyze the subject area, we need to prepare some ontological model. Here you can see a fragment of ontology classes, electoral systems of the Republic of Kazakhstan. So here you can see that all terms, all conditions of our electoral systems, and the figures show the election commissions for the electoral system of the Republic of Kazakhstan, their types, definitions, and terms of office. Here we put some rules how it works. For example, to be a president in the Kazakhstan, you should be elder than 40 years. You should have you should know Kazakh language and so on. So all rules are in this model. And here we use other example of rules. For example, within the number of voters less or equal more than 2,000 people, the composition of the precinct election commission is 5 or 7 people. With the number of voters more or equal than 2,000 of people, the composition is precinct election commission is 7-11 people. So here we see some queries like who are the participants of the election in the elections and so on. It's possible because we have some knowledge in our ontology. And when we talked about the sentiment processing, we used our model of Kazakh sentiment analyzing. In my paper, if you read, you can see that we have only 8 rules. And this rule shows us is this phrase is positive, negative, or neutral. And we formalized all these phrases. And here you can see only one example, which the inauguration was. So this neutral phrase and how we can analyze is this the tonality of this phrase. And then we have the function which we extract all measurements of tonality of lexical unit sentences and the rules for their combinations. So we can extract this tonality from the text. It could be like we can gathering all comments and make some conclusion, general conclusion about all comments, or we can extract this tonality from every comment and analyze what exactly people, what is the tonality of this discussion. And in conclusion, I want to say maybe that this is only the beginning of our work, because now we work on other application for the project, because we want to develop this what we have now. So now we have some synonymizer, we have some database, we have a knowledge base about electoration, and we want, of course, later to use some machine learning, because when we have some context, we want to try to train our model again and again to be more exact about the tonality of this discussion, some determined discussion, because as I said, it's always depends also from what is the data set. Is it official or is unofficial social networks? Sometimes if you read some unofficial sources, there are many comments with using some emotions, some images, some special comments. So and we need to train this model according to these some features. Okay, thank you.
Any question?
Thank you.
Thank you again. Any question from online public? Okay, so we can conclude this session. We had another paper which was wrongly moved to the main track and has been already presented at 11. Maybe you can, if you are interested, you can find it on YouTube of Professor Rashdeep Nyogi. Okay, thank you to everybody and see you next year.